ルズフロントライン2エクシリ
Hello? Okay, there we go. Uh, okay, I think we're good. Um, I do kind of gotta do dailies and such, but I'm gonna do that real quick. Probably should have done this earlier, but it's fine. Let's see. Oh wait, shop would reset. I do know that. Okay, here we go. I just grab everything, honestly. I have so many. Not to mention more gifts is good. Because raising their affection level is actually a lot more impactful than I originally thought. It just takes a lot. Okay. I just grab the rest as well. Because I just gained so much of that. It's ridiculous. Okay. With what I just gained... Here's another weekly. Okay. It's gonna take a bit before I'm doing the event and all, but bear with me. Okay. Come on. I feel like I might have cut my... Not my thumb, my palm on accident while I was cooking earlier. Maybe I burnt it? All I know is it's a sharp pain. I don't feel like I burnt it. I don't know. Ow. It hurts though. Ow. Hmm. Come on, speedrun all this, and then we're off to the other stuff. Because I want to get this done, or at least most of it done, to still have time to do other stuff later. Because I just remembered I neglected to do a few things, but it's fine. Okay. Do that. Let's do auto this real quick. Whew. I should be able to get cleared out real fast. That's fine. whoops.
みんなのために
Ouch. Man, I gotta figure out what to stream. Other times. I think I need to start a new single player game that I can dive into. But I'm probably gonna get fully back into Mod Center here pretty soon. Because at least Mod Center was pretty simple and easy to just get into. Okay. Definitely grab that. Is the recruitment shop restocked as well? It is not. Okay. I'll finish those two up later. Okay, excuse me. Thank you for that game. Oh, this hasn't reset yet. We don't gotta worry about that. So I've done like the non-necessary stuff, the non-story stuff, but the story stuff is the stuff I gotta go work on. Oh, seems like it's pretty short. With a deafening screech, the doors to the intercontinental train car slowly grind open. A green-tinted figure rides the flow of the crowd into the cabin and quickly strides over to her cramped window seat. On the train, I'll be back once the request is complete. Dan will manage the squad's affairs while I'm away. I would also urge everyone to rationally consider my proposal. After sending that message to the squad's chat group, Xiaohui, I think it's Xiaohui. Xiaohui puts down her comm terminal and turns her gaze outside the train window. Somewhere in a place where she cannot see, a gigantic MBV is encamped in the wilderness over 10 kilometers away from the supply station. Just then, metal shutters close over the armored glass windows of the cabin, obscuring everything from view. With nothing to look at, Zhou shifts her gaze to look inside the cabin. More and more people file into the cabin, filling up the seats around her. Soon, there is a loud whistling as the fully loaded train lurches into motion, gradually picking up speed as it pulls out of this tiny supply station, and also away from the Elmo. 1 week ago, aboard the Elmo, has set off once again after the mission to render emergency assistance to 404. We're heading towards Lviv to keep with our promise with Kalina. Ever since we got caught up in this crazy commission, the masterminds hidden within the shadows have gradually come to the fore. As a result, the agreement that has bound me for 10 years has begun to lapse, and the number of dolls who just so happen to return to the Elmo has grown as well. While meeting old friends again is always a joyous occasion, it does lead to some awkward moments at times. For instance, a herd of obshers In a place like this? That seemed to be the case. What should we do about them? A few minutes ago, I was chatting idly with the others when I got a report from Mailing. The Elmo encountered a herd of upshares while cruising across the landscape. Reflexy began issuing orders to the dolls around me in order to get us into action quickly and minimize damage to the PPs that occurred. Excuse me. Hershey Macchiato, guard the forward engine. Monsoon squad will cover the rear. Dan Zhengyu and Xiaohui flank from behind and pick off any upshares that approach. Shovel. Understood. Time for me to show my stuff. As I finish giving orders, dolls reply in the affirmative one after another. Sole exception is the doll in green before me, who's stroking her knife as she quirks up an eye. Bruh. Am I a part of this operation too? Smile sheepishly as I look at her. Well, am I? After realizing what I've done, I look at Xiaohui and the embarrassed smile fades from my face. During the years since I left Griffin, Dan Zhengyu and CZ-75, who hadn't arrived in time to meet me, found each other in the contamination zones, started traveling together, and eventually formed a band tactical squad, Monsoon Squad. I screwed that up. When Dan Zhengyu came to my aid, Xiaohui, the leader of Monsoon Squad, accompanied them without complaint. Strictly speaking, however, she and her squad are not part of the Elmo, and as such I have no authority over her or any right to give her orders. I'm sorry, I started barking orders without realizing it, and I didn't seek your opinion on the matter. Still, this is something of an emergency, so would you mind if I borrowed 2 of your members for the time being? Naturally, if you were willing to help out too. I don't mind at all. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That said, Monsoon Squad has not conducted many joint operations with other tactical units in the past, so we're not really used to it. What do you mean you're not used to it? Just stay on the Elmo for a few more days and you'll be right at home. She walks over with a cheerful smile on her face and pats Xiaohui on the shoulder. Commander's super trustworthy, you know? When it comes to fighting, just leave everything to him. Right. Let's go then. Xiaohui nods and says no more. She follows Zhengyu and the others as they jog down the corridor. As I watch her eye-catching green silhouettes shrink into the distance, I shake my head. Groza hears me and approaches, tactical tablet in hand. Commander, should we hold a welcome party for Monsoon Squad? I just checked, we have some decorations left over in the storeroom. No, let's save the welcome party for later. We still don't know what Monsoon thinks about all this, and CC-75 isn't with them either. It'll be very awkward if they end up declining our offer. In that case, what if we have Monsoon Squad put on a guerrilla performance? They just finished an emergency reinforcement mission, so having them put on a show would be a way for them to relax. You can use this as an opportunity to have a good chat with the rest of Monsoon too. That does sound like it's worth a try. Can you help me make the arrangements, Groza? Just leave it to me. Oh, yes, there's one more thing. She hands me her tablet. The screen shows a new email from Brief. Investigate unusual Varieger activity. Brief sure knows how to saddle me with more work. Can we not take this one? We barely just scraped together these few days of free time. Commander, the payoff for this commission is the biggest we've recently gotten. Besides, Brief hands out commissions based on a contractor's previous performance. Let me guess, we're in the red again. Most perceptive, Commander. Spent a lot on that operation to assist 404, and now that we have more people in the Elmo, we may have to throw ourselves on Miss Colleen's mercy when we arrive in Lviv. This rate, it'll be a mercy if we actually make it to Lviv in the first place. Take care of the commission too. We'll head out once Monsoon Squad does their show. Understood. 2 days ago, on the Elmo. So, 5 days have passed? I'm just packed with people even though it's close to midnight. Monsoon Squad's first Guerrilla Live has just ended in a resounding success. Marvelous! Your dancing was magical, Zhengyu. I thought Mr. Zheng... Is it Guzheng? Guzheng music was moving too. Preferred mission with Sona accompaniment. The solo near the end was quite stirring. Upon hearing people praise them, Jane puffs up her chest with a smug look on her face. How was that, Commander? I did well, didn't I? Yes, you did. Man's actually sore from clapping. Too bad we couldn't do the complete show because Faye isn't here. If all of Monsoon were here and we had Faye to play the drums for us, we'd really bring the house down. Isn't that right, big sis, Xiaohui? Jinyu merely grabs the inn with one hand and Xiaohui with the other, placing herself between them. Yes, I do hope Faye will be able to return soon. My dear sister's been rather listless while handling the drums without Faye around to be her sparring partner. Every member of Monsoon truly is indispensable. Dan smiles and squishes Jinyu's cheeks in contrast. Xiaohui puts the Sona away and silently takes a step away from the group. That would depend on the circumstances. At times, removing an unnecessary cord improves the piece as a whole. What's that supposed to mean? Since when did Big Sis put unnecessary stuff into our work? There aren't any in Monsoon's compositions, but the same does not necessarily apply to others. Xiaohui shoots me a meaningful look. What do you mean, others? Just looking for a reason to slack off, aren't you? Big Sis, see what she's doing? Jinyu points in annoyance, but Xiaohui pays her no further heed, merely nodding to me in acknowledgement before leaving the group entirely. She finds a quiet corner and begins looking at her communications terminal. The lounge is warmly lit and full of life, yet this green figure seems to radiate an aura that deters others. Occasionally, curious dolls try to approach her, but in the end, they're driven off by Xiaohui's cold intensity. I should take this opportunity to speak with Xiaohui. After making up my mind, I begin heading toward her. However, right as I do so... You know what? I'm gonna look it up real quick. How do you pronounce it? Let's see. Hmm. Okay, so... Sort of? Okay, I sorta had it. Okay, I was saying too much Zhao and more, it needs to be more Jiao. Like, more of a J sound. So it's more like a Jiao. Jiaohui. Jiaohui suddenly puts her terminal away and approaches me instead. Commander, are you free? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Of course. In fact, I was just about to speak to you. Wow, am I getting pings right now? Hold on. Okay, okay. Checking on my phone because I don't want to be alt-tabbing constantly. Of course. In fact, I was just about to speak to you. Zhao Hui raises an eyebrow in surprise. I'll get right to it then. Commander, I would like to leave the Elmo for a while. Pardon? Please don't get me wrong. This is purely a personal matter. A friend of mine needs my help with the commission, and I think that it is a good chance to consider the future for you, me, and Monsoon Squad. Zhao Hui's words take me completely by surprise. Still, she has a point. There's a good chance for her to take some time and consider the future of Monsoon Squad. Squad. By all means, I have no objections to that. Thank you, Commander. That's all I have to say. You said you wanted to speak to me. Other words I had in mind seemed to lose all meaning in the face of Zhao Hui's calm expression. Ah well, perhaps now is not the right time. It's nothing. We can talk about it when you get back. Since you're heading out, you should talk to your teammates about it. After giving up on the idea of having an in-depth conversation with Zhao Hui, I nod to her and leave the lounge. Jiahui watches the commander leave, and then she turns her gaze to Zheng Yu and Diane, who are in the middle of a throng of dolls. Should she interrupt this lively gathering now? Jiahui wonders. However, Diane seems to sense Jiahui looking at her, and she soon exits the group to approach the ladder. Jiahui, what were you talking about with the commander just now? He was just saying hello. Was he? Seemed rather subdued tonight for some reason. Are you still not used to this place? I apologize for not being considerate. It was my fault for asking you to come all the way out here with us. There's a weird look on Diane's face, as though she already knows what's weighing on Jiahui's heart. However, Jiahui dismisses it with a slight shake of her head. You don't have to apologize. We're a team, and it's only natural that we should travel together. Trusting in you was also a collective decision, and Faye would have come too if she were able. Thank you. With that being said, would you like to meet some of my past friends? Miss Groza mentioned she'd hoped tonight would help you get acquainted with everyone, but appears to have inconvenienced you instead. Jiahui shakes her head again. There's no need for that. We still have a lot of time. We don't have to rush things. To this roundabout refusal, the two of them briefly fall silent. Jiahui once again glances towards the center of the lounge, where Zheng Yu is happily discussing the finer points of her performance with several of the Elmo dolls in the space that was cleared out for their show. She contemplates her words for a moment, and then she speaks again. What do you plan to do after this? Will you stay on the Elmo? Will we plan to... Jiahui, are you saying you're not going to stay with us? I'm simply unsure as to whether remaining here is the right choice. Monsoon Squad ought to be like the wind, should we not? Constantly on the move, constantly setting out on new travels. At the very least, that was what I believed when I first agreed to become leader. Jiahui. Big sis, Jiahui, what's going on? You both look so serious, let me in on it too. Upon seeing Dane and Jiahui whispering to each other, Zheng Yu immediately excuses herself and scampers over, inserting herself between the two. Zheng Yu, we're discussing Monsoon's future. Jiahui doesn't give Dane the chance to soften the blow. If we remain on the Elmo, then will Monsoon still be Monsoon? I want to know what you and Faye think about all this. Of course we will. Monsoon's the same anywhere we go, right? No, wait, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Why did you bring Faye into this? What are you getting at, Jiahui? After her outburst, Zheng Yu glances over at Dane's frowning face, and understanding gradually dawns on her. Wait, are you saying you want to break up Monsoon? Zheng Yu's sudden exclamation draws a few curious looks from the nearby dolls. Zheng Yu grabs Jiahui by the shoulders and starts shaking her, not daring to believe her ears. Jiahui remains silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head. But why? We're a team, aren't we? Even if you're the leader, you can't decide to break us up just like that. Yes, Jiahui, even if you're not used to the Elmo, calm down and listen to me. I didn't say I was going to break up Monsoon. Jiahui calmly raises her terminal and shows it to the two of them. I might be the squad leader, but I have never once felt that Monsoon's fate is mine to decide. I know that the Elmo and the Commander have a place in your hearts, just as I know Monsoon has a place in ours. Therefore, what I put forward was merely a suggestion, one that requires Faye's involvement as well. Let me see. Zheng Yu studies the terminal and finds the latest message in the squad's group chat. I would like you to decide on the future of Monsoon Squad's roster before I finish my commission. Huh? Wait, what commission? Did Monsoon Squad get a new commission? No, not Monsoon Squad. Just me. I received a personal request from an old friend just now. Do you remember Amida? Amida? That name sounds familiar. Isn't she that broker friend of yours who saved you and helped fix up your frame? Indeed. She asked me to help bodyguard a friend of hers. Check the location of the commission, and it's located in a nearby city. It's just a few hours away by train. So you're going to run off by yourself to handle a commission, and you're leaving us here to what? Decide whether you're staying or going? Jiahui, do we even need to think about this? Zheng Yu. Of course you do. Monsoon has never encountered a situation like this before, and I believe that we all need to take some time to think about it. In any case, I've already spoken to the commander about leaving the Elmo for the time being. I see, so that exchange just now was... Did the commander agree to it? Jiahui nods. Alright, I understand. Big sis! Jinyu tugs unhappily on Dane's sleeve, but the latter merely nods. It seems she has accepted Jiahui's suggestion. In that case, how much time will we have to decide? Jiahui turns to look at Dan. Her expression seems much more composed in contrast to Dan's worried look and Jingyu's scowling face. Not too long. The commission will be 2 weeks long. I hope that when we meet again, we'll be able to make a decision that none of us will regret. If only it were that simple, right? Wait, why are we fighting our own? Crisp sound of footsteps echoes down the alleyway. Jiahui follows the address displayed on her terminal and turns a corner into yet another rundown alley. The already poor lighting is obscured further by the tall, crumbling walls around her, making the cramped alley appear even more oppressive. Are Ida and the Talia group really located here? Actually, wait, that... Is it... Was it Amida or Ida? Jiahui comes to a halt as she eyes her surroundings in suspicion before checking the terminal again. However, the terminal indicates that the blinking icon of designation is close by. Looks like there are. So this commission of Amida is really... Okay, so it's 2 different people. Amida and Ida are 2 different people. Days ago on the owl. Jiahui's terminal has been vibrating throughout the show, but noticing the name blinking on the screen, Jiahui quickly excuses herself and leaves. After finding a quiet corner, Jiahui takes the call. What's the matter, Amida? Jiahui, you free? Can you help bodyguard a friend of mine? Her theater troupe is going on tour in the Yellow Zones for a couple of weeks, but she's been really unlucky lately and keeps getting harassed by weirdos, so I'm a little worried. I would hire a PNC squad to protect her, but she said the troupe couldn't afford to hire security, and they were worried that the security people would interfere with their performances because they don't know about showbiz. Plus, she said she didn't want me to pay and basically just shot down all my suggestions. So I thought and thought about who I knew that could fight and understand this theater stuff, and in the end, only you came to mind. But if you won't accept bodyguards, then how am I supposed to protect her? I've got a brilliant plan. Just say you're a friend of mine and that you want to join their troupe as an assistant to gain some performance experience. She's a nice person, and I'm sure she'll say yes if she hears that her friend needs help. I didn't say I was free to take the commission. But you answered me, that means you're definitely open to it. Her name is Ida. This is where she and her troupe are staying for the time being. Please help me out. I'll pay you for this. You don't have to. It'll be doing you a favor. They're ensuring that the address is correct. Jiahui heads into the depths of the twisted alley, not valley. Just then a scream comes from within. The panic shriek seems especially loud in the dark confines of the alley. Jiahui breaks into a sprint as she runs towards the source of the sound, but then she sees a dark shape suddenly burst out of the shadows and dart past her. Help! Help! He took my bag! Stop him! Before the voice finishes speaking, Jiahui has already turned around and is hot on the heels of the robber. Robber clearly doesn't expect Jiahui to catch up so soon and pulls out a knife, swinging it wildly at her. Jiahui dimly evades the slashing knife and kicks it away before grabbing the robber's arm with lightning speed. With a quick reversal of her grip to take him off his feet, she slams him to the ground and pins him there. Ow, 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 that hurts. Jiahui ignores the robber's cries of pain and unwinds a cloth from her arm. Using it to hog-tie the man after that, she picks up the bag the robber was holding and heads back into the depths of the alley. There's a boy there who's struggling to get to his feet. Hat lies before him on the dusty alley ground. Jiahui walks up to him, then picks up the hat before stuffing it and the bag into the boy's hands. Here, your things. Yes. The boy is clearly so shocked as he numbly accepts his belongings from her. Jiahui gently pats his shoulder, like she's trying to console him. It's okay, just catch your breath. I'll contact the police. They'll send someone over to take care of this soon. Thank you. After hugging his bag and panting heavily for a bit, the boy finally manages to calm down. He stands up, dusts himself off, and puts his hat back on his head before bowing slightly to Jiahui. Thank you very much for your help just now. Stark contrast to his tatty clothes, the boy's voice is clear and compelling. Don't worry about it. It was nothing. So, why did you come here by yourself? Do you live here? I guess sort of. Truth is, I came here to collect inspiration. I'm from an acting troupe. We have a play which we're going to perform while doing a charity tour in the Yellow Zone. But my gut told me that there was room for improvement, so I asked everyone in the troupe to come here to take in the surroundings so we could understand the audience better. See, I look just like a Yellow Zoner, right? Well, you do look like the Yellow Zone residents I've seen before. See, everyone in the troupe was saying that this outfit was perfect for the female lead to wear while traveling in the Yellow Zone. Female lead? Joey scans the boy again. Yep, our play is about two girls becoming friends and adventuring in various parts of the world. No, what I want to ask is, you're a girl? Boy blinks and reaches up to his hat. She removes it. A shock of soft-combed hair spills out as she laughs merrily. 100% Korean. Looks like my immersive style of cultural inspiration was a great success. Immersive style? This outfit might look raggedy and all, but it's our actual stage costume. I'm wearing this so I can get into character more easily. Still, I didn't expect to get robbed even though I looked so destitute. Just my luck, I guess. Although, when you think about it, it's quite common for people in these areas to get robbed too. Maybe I should try and work this part into the script as well. Girl pulls out her terminal and quickly notes it down. His panic from just now seems to fade as she gets more and more into her immersive cultural inspiration. It's only when she finally finishes making her notes she realizes that there is someone beside her waiting patiently. I'm sorry. I ended up getting carried away and babbling nonsense. You must have been bored, right? I mean, thank you very much for what you did just now. I'm an actress in the Talia troupe. May I know who you... Hello, I'm Jiahui. Jiahui holds out a hand to her, faint, slightly rigid curve, tugging at the corners of her lips. Do you know perhaps Miss Ida of the Talia troupe? Eh? And that's what happened, manager. What do you think of Miss Jiahui? Can she join us? She comes highly recommended by that broker friend of mine. To return to the troupe's temporary quarters, the girl explains Jiahui's circumstances to the troupe manager. Manager gives Jiahui's CV a once-over and is very pleased by it. Didn't expect you to be a doll with both stage and combat experience, Miss Jiahui. Is that broker friend of yours who's vouching for the one who burst into tears while watching our previous show? If I'm not wrong, her name sounds like yours. Something Da? That's her, yes. Her name is Amita. She might be small, but she's a big figure in the underground broker business. Hold on. Yes, I remember her. The contamination zones really do breed talented people. Manager looks at Xiao Hui. To be honest, we're really hurting for manpower for this tour. Anyone with plenty of experience and who can handle many roles is more than welcome to join us, dull or otherwise. However, this is a charity tour in the contamination zones. We won't be making much in the way of fees, and the troop budget is, well, your salary might be. Manager smiles bitterly. It's alright, I'm here to get experience. Being paid for it is secondary. I'm glad that doesn't bother you. So is that a yes, Manager? Of course, frankly speaking, I need to thank you for joining us on such short notice, Miss Zhou. Troop Manager looks at Zhou and holds out a welcoming hand. Glad to have you with us, Miss Zhou. The Talia Troop welcomes you. Beside the manager, Ida laughs and pats Zhou on the shoulder. We'll be travel buddies going forward. I think I'd be able to just auto it, really. Should be able to just fine. And is that all? Okay, that is a full clear. Now the trip's convoy pulls slowly into the settlement and comes to a halt amidst loud cheering. A vehicle door opens and the troop dismounts, depositing huge crates on a patch of open ground. The girl at their head gives everyone present a breezy greeting. The wrinkles between Joe's eyebrows soften a little as she takes in the boisterous crowd outside. She drags a couple of heavy crates from the cargo bed and follows after the girl. Where are we putting these crates? Just put them beside the advertising billboards for now. Joey, those crates are kind of heavy, aren't they? You should let the props department move them. That's alright, it's no trouble for me. She says Joey hoists the crates into a large circular clearing that's ringed by a fence of wooden posts and old rope. She lays the crates in the center of the space reserved for the stage, then bends down to straighten a bunch of simple-looking billboards. The billboards were made just for the show. Their pitted surfaces are covered in huge, eye-catching letters. The Daybreak's Oath play is now on tour. She sees what Zhou is doing. The girl laughs and heads over to help. You're way too nice. While we took you on as an assistant, you ended up doubling as an escort and took out all those elites too. Must have been hard. You don't need to take on all these other tasks as well. Not at all. I'm helping myself by doing that too. There aren't many troops out there who welcome dull assistants, and I'd like more show experience myself. Don't say that. You know the state our troops in. We're lucky enough to have people wanting to help out. We don't have the right to be picky. Speaking of which, are you trying to build up this experience because of that band of yours? I remember Amida said something about it. A monsoon or something? What a nice name. Going wherever you please like the wind. You must have been to a lot of places in the past, right? Joe's hands freeze mid-movement, but only for a moment. Yes, we've been to many satellite cities. So you get to travel and perform with your friends. I'm so envious. Ada smiles and sighs quietly. For some reason, there's a hint of sadness in her expression. Miss Ida? Is something wrong? Said, aren't you traveling with a troop too? Yeah, everyone here is a friend of mine, but there are times when I wish I had a closer friend around. Well, let's leave this aside for now. I suddenly remembered that it's going to be a while before rehearsal, so could you do me a favor, Miss Shohei? What do you need? Ida pulls a copy of the script and her comm terminal from her bag. Well, I heard one of the residents say there was an abandoned town around here, not far from our camp. Could you accompany me there? I'd like to take this opportunity to gather more information about the Yellow Zone. Sure, the manager and the others will feel better with you around, right, manager? And I waved to the manager, who was clearly close by. It was fairly close by. So seeing her sunny smile, the manager has no choice but to wave back. Go ahead, but don't take too long and stay safe. We'll be fine with Miss Joe around, don't worry. Let's head out then, Miss Joe. Our jeep is this way. Follow me. This one also seems pretty easy. And just auto it. I can probably do it without autoing, honestly, considering how things die with like one hit, so I can probably just... Oh, dang it. I meant to turn off auto. Dang it, man. Okay. Go. Keeping with Ida's request, Joe brings the jeep to a halt on the streets of the abandoned town. The moment it stops, Ida practically bursts out the door and runs over to stand in front of a cluster of ruined buildings. Now, these look pretty intact. This wall on the side collapsed, and the pipes are all rusted through. Still, they make good reference, along with the abandoned cabling here. Should get footage of the cracks on the walls, too. Ida holds her terminal up and begins recording her surroundings as she walks forward. What a shame. This town's completely ruined. I wonder why. Elids, collapsed radiation, Jaegers, take your pick. Joe keeps a watchful eye on the surroundings as she walks behind Maida. Still, I can see old signs of a firefight. Perhaps the residents fought Jaegers here. Let's see. The Jaegers really are everywhere, aren't they? Looks like you need to know how to defend yourself when traveling the yellow zones. Ida's mood turns morose all of a sudden. However, she soon perks up and begins rattling off questions while filming her surroundings. Miss Jiahui, since you travel with your friends all the time, you must have passed through the yellow zones quite often, right? Are your friends as awesome as you are? Yes, they're skilled at both fighting and performing. Wow, that's amazing. Then, are they on tour recently? Why didn't they come with you? Sudden question about why she has parted ways with her friends catches Jiahui off guard, and she lapses into silence. After thinking about her answer for a bit, Jiahui is about to speak when she hears a suspicious sound. Footsteps on paved road, and the sound of an unfamiliar male voice speaking. Didn't you say you saw that woman leave the troop with her friend? Where the hell is she? Search harder. Her jeep's by the side of the road. They can't have gotten far. Before Ida can react, Joey grabs her hand and ducks behind a nearby wall with her. Joey looks Ida in the eye, then shakes her head and speaks in a quiet voice. We're being followed. What? I don't know who they are, but it seems they're gunning for you. There are two of them. Wait, me? Ida's body begins to tremble. Sensing Ida's fear, Joey gently but firmly presses down on her shoulder. Ida, have you ever seen an upside-down tortoise? Their little legs flailing in the air as they try to get upright? What? Stay here and don't move. I'll show you now. As she finishes speaking, Jiahui springs out of cover. In a flash, her bullets and her blades streak through the air toward the two men peering into the rubble. They are instantly thrown into disarray and stumble back to the ruined walls, completely off balance. You're running for? Shoot her! She's just one girl! She's too fast, I can't even... Green-colored flash interrupts his reply with a kick, and his attempt at striking back is cut off by an emerald knife hand strike. The leading man goes down, and Jiahui steps in to fill the gap. Green-tinted knife slices through the air in front of the other man, cutting off his escape and cornering him in an instant. In the time it takes to draw a breath, the knife edge presses against the man's throat. Jiahui speaks coldly. Freeze. Using ropes from their jeep, Jiahui trusses them up like turkeys and leaves them tied upside down by the roadside. She then dusts off her hands before lightly clapping a hand on Ada's shoulder. See? Upside down tortoises. Won't be winning any races with bunnies, that's for sure. Bound men are struggling and appear to be trying to speak, but their gags prevent them from doing so. While they can manage our muffled vocalizations. As Ada watches them squirm in their bonds, the tension finally leaks from her and she laughs. I feel much better now, thank you, Joe. You're welcome. Still, who are these people? Why would they go after you? I don't know. Ada bites her lip and shakes her head. Upon seeing that Ada is completely clueless, Joe walks out and pulls out the gag from one of them. Why are you following Ida? Who sent you? Our employer told us to follow the lead actress of the troupe. We're just doing this because we were paid. We don't know anything. Who hired you? It was an anonymous request made through the underground markets. How the hell would we know? Why don't you ask this chick who would have a grudge against her? The man's answer is direct and to the point. Joe turns to look at Ida. Well, Ida? Grudge against me? She clenches her fist and thinks for a bit, then she shakes her head. Sorry, Joe, I can't think of anyone. Could they be going after the troupe? I mean, I'm their lead actress. Joe falls silent for a moment and turns back to the bound man. Bound men, her knife raised. However, just as Joe is about to bring it to their necks, Ida suddenly steps up and tugs on Joe. Miss Joe, please wait. Joe frowns. Ida tends her grip around Joe's arm and shakes her head worriedly. You won't learn anything even if you keep questioning them, right? The show hasn't even started yet, and the troupe will have to stay here for a while. If we end up offending someone now... Alright, I understand. Joey swipes her knife through the air one more time before returning it to its sheath. The ropes binding the men come apart, and the two upside-down tortoises fall heavily to the ground. Joey leans against the two men's jeep and icily watches the two men trying to free themselves. Letting you go because Ida pleaded for you. Don't let me see you again. Yes, ma'am. Two suspicious-looking men quickly drive away under Johue's watchful gaze. As she watches them leave, Ida bows to Johue. I'm sorry, Miss Johue. I didn't mean to stop you from looking into things just now. No need to apologize, I understand. The troupe doesn't need distractions before the show begins. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. If I have another imposition to make. Ada puts her hands together and bows slightly to Jiahui. Could you please not tell the others about this? I don't want the others to worry about me. Please? Please, Miss Jiahui, please. In the end, Ida's sincere plea triumphs over Jiahui. Alright, I'll keep quiet about this. But if anything comes up that disturbs the show, I'll tell the troupe the truth. Yeah, that's fine. It's a deal then. Thanks, Miss Yoha. Yeah, we should head back to our camp. Rehearsal ought to be starting soon, and we've spent enough time out here as it is. Ada hurries over to the jeep parked nearby. Joey jogs after her, but she casts her eyes into the distance, toward the direction of the men's vehicle. Whew. It's going on a lot longer than I expected. Night falls and the troop campsite which was bustling with activity during the day, has come down as everyone retires to their quarters to rest. However, Joe is quietly opening the door to her quarters. Quickly looking around outside and ensuring everything is normal, she surreptitiously drives away from the campsite. Her jeep races over the wilderness to the abandoned town Joe and Ida had visited in the town during the day for their cultural inspiration. She parks outside the town, then dismounts before examining her surroundings and the ground. Two of them left from here. These tire tracks look new, and they made the model of their jeep and the direction they took to leave, or match the model. That's right, these are the tracks. She follows the somewhat indistinct tire tracks, the jeep turning here and there, stopping and starting again. Finally, Jiahui comes to a halt outside a secluded valley. Before her are dozens of vehicle tracks, all leading toward the valley's mouth. What's going on here? Jiahui parks her jeep in a secluded corner and cautiously approaches the mouth of the valley. She looks for a good vantage point, which she can use to peer deeper within. As its floor, she sees several. At its floor, she sees several rows of dilapidated houses. Their lights illuminate the valley and the vehicles of various makes driving through it, as well as the people patrolling beside them. Even from afar, their unique style of dress instantly tells Jiahui who they are. Verjägers. Jiahui frowns. The Verjägers are endemic to the Yellow Zone, so finding one of their bases isn't exactly one out of the ordinary. The other men she caught earlier today didn't seem like Verjägers, so what exactly is going on here? Oof. Give me a second here. Oh, okay. Verjägers are endemic to the Yellow Zone, so finding one of their bases isn't exactly out of the ordinary. However, the men she caught earlier today didn't seem like Verjägers, so what exactly is going on here? Oh, sorry. Just as Joe sinks into thought, she hears a sound from nearby. We found it, over here. Joe quickly ducks behind a pile of rocks and looks at the source of the sound. A pair of figures walks through the night. The one in front appears to be a girl, and the one behind is wearing a... Wait, what? A pair of figures walks through the night. The front appears to be a girl, and the one behind is wearing a huge coat. Seems to be something familiar about them. Joe ups the output of her visual modules, but just as she's about to study them in more detail, they suddenly turn toward her. Look out, there's someone up ahead. She opens fire and a bullet kicks up a spray of sand on Jiahui's feet. Yura is already running toward her. Jiahui ducks behind a nearby wall. The fact they have managed to spot her so easily is a clear sign that they aren't ordinary people, and normally, picking a 1-on-2 fight would not be wise. However, if the one in the back is someone important, then taking them out might be a good idea too. Upon making up her mind, Jiahui bursts out from behind a pile of rocks and throws her grapple rope out at the coated figure. Look out! Girl immediately turns to cover Jiahui's target, but she can't swat the grapple away in time. The coated figure executes a combat roll and evades the thrown spike. However, Jiahui has already launched herself forward by now. Commander! Another burst of bullets dogs Jiahui's steps, drowning out the girl's words. Jiahui evades them with a rapid dash, and her hand tightens around her knife as she leaps forward again. The blade slashes through the fabric of the claw of the coat, and the light reflecting from the knife's blade illuminates its wearer's face. Commander? Jiahui. After a little scuffle, I explained the reason why we're here to Jiahui. Oh wait, right. I do remember that. Don't they mentioned that. They got a commission telling them to go deal with or investigate Verjäger activity nearby. And it makes sense to be around there. Okay, so we did technically get some foreshadowing for this. Indeed, the ML recently got a commission to track down these Verjägers. You wouldn't have known because Groza and I set out a little after you. According to brief, a particular band has been going all out with the killing, looting and burning, and a few broker friends of mine have reported losing stock to them as well. They're very familiar with the terrain, and we only just managed to find their base today. But enough about us. What about you, Johe? Suppose someone as capable as you must think nothing of coming to a Varjager stronghold by yourself so late at night. It was merely a coincidence I ended up here. I didn't expect that the Varjagers would have had their eyes on my client. Seriously? Who is this client of yours anyway? She's an actress. Our troop just arrived in a settlement yesterday and they're preparing for a show. I have no idea why the Varjagers would go after her. Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. After all, they're a performing troop from the Green Zone, so perhaps they appear like plump sheep to these hungry wolves. I see. Still, she only arrived yesterday and people already have their sights on her. Quite surprising just how eager the Varjagers are about all this. What do you plan to do now, Commander? Are you going to wipe out the stronghold? I'm not in a hurry to do so. My assignment was to conduct a discreet investigation, so in principle I'm just supposed to remotely observe them. Important thing is to get a feel for their overall situation, so I won't be making contact with them or entering their hideouts unless I have to. And besides, it seems these Varjagers have some kind of a boss in charge of them. They have more than one base, so sniffing them all out is going to take a while. What a pain. Joe thinks for a while. A moment later, she looks up at me. In that case, I have a proposition, Commander. Go ahead. First, I thought this was just an ordinary case of someone trying to intimidate my client, but things are clearly not that simple since the situation involves the Varjagers. Oh, dang, hold on. I'm sorry. First, this is just an ordinary case. Taking into consideration the troop's safety and the secret investigation you're conducting. Would you be willing to join the troop protection mission for the time being and work with one? So she serves as both as both bait and cover for our investigation. Man, my head hurts. Dang, what is up with me? Okay. Okay. And cover for investigation. Does sound like a win-win situation. Yes, also, if anything happens, the client and the troop will be safer with you and Miss Groza around. I don't mind, but the client and troop, on the other hand, I'll speak with them about it. However, the troop's funds are limited, and they probably won't be able to pay you well. There's no need for that. Ultimately, we're both making use of each other here. Besides, Monson has done their fair share of labor for me too. Are you happy with that, Leader Joho? Jacqueline extended a friendly hand to Joho. What is going on with me? Okay, let me go on BRB for a bit. I'll be back.
What is this? How is this so? This is ridiculous. Ugh. Let's see. And for that, ultimately, we're both making use of each other here, and besides, Mountain's done their fair share of free labor for me too. Are you happy with that, Leader Jiahui? Jiahui extend a friendly hand to Jiahui. She's silent for a moment, then she extends her hand to me, one that's covered in scars. It's strange. You know, Jiahui is such a miser. Fixing this level of synthetic skin damage shouldn't cost that much. Before I could ask further, Jiahui nods to me. Good to be working with you, Commander. Phew. Ugh. Hmm. That should be it. To return to the campsite the next day, Jiahui introduces me and grows us to the troop, just in case I have a set of credentials ready to prove my identity. However, it seems my concerns were unfounded. Once we reveal that there's a War Jaeger camp nearby, Jiahui has no problems at all convincing the commander to take us on. Soon the troop has freed up a temporary bunking space for me and Groza, while Ida has cheerfully taken it upon herself to show us around. Over here. This way, please. Leading us to our quarters, Ida quickly shows us around the facilities and briefs. Goes about the troop's activities. Okay, so that's the performance schedule. If you guys need anything, feel free to look for me or the manager. Thank you, Miss Ida. You're welcome to look us up anytime soon. They're briefing us. Ida doesn't leave right away. Instead, she ends up gawking at Jiahui, who's standing by my side. Jiahui notices Ida's gaze and walks over to her. Ida grabs Jiahui and pulls her aside before whispering into her ear. Miss Jiahui, they seem pretty skilled, but that bounty hunter's... Jiahui looks toward me from a distance. He's a reliable friend of mine. There was something fishy about that attack yesterday, so I asked him to come and help out. I see. Alright then, still, about that attack from yesterday. Don't worry, I didn't tell the manager about it. Kind of visibly relaxed, she bows to Jiahui in gratitude. Thank you so much. I don't know how to show it, but I'm really very grateful to you. Think nothing of it. However, for safety's sake, I would recommend you leave the campsite as little as possible. Wait, as what? Oh, okay. Campfire. Campsite? Okay, never mind. Sure, I won't go far. Hera leaves the room after nodding gratefully to Jiahui. She leaves to smile and approach Jiahui. Well, that's the leader of Monsoon for you. I'm sure Daniel and the others must have had much easier time on their travels with you around. Jiahui turns as she hears my voice. Just doing my job as a leader. Is something the matter, Commander? Something's bothering me. It seems Poseidon doesn't understand the true identity of our attackers. That does not seem to concern your mission, Commander. I don't mean to pry, of course. That's just a reminder. Rather than go about that, I have a suggestion. The event seems quite lively. Would you like to walk around it with me and get a picture of what's happening on the ground? Alright. To leaving the troop campsite, which is still under construction, Jiahui and I will walk down the streets of the settlement. Okay, real quick, let me... do that real quick. Okay. Leaving the troop campsite, which is still under construction, Jiahui and I walk down the street of the settlement. Roads are covered in sand and gravel. Houses are run down, the people are all poor. Settlements like these are everywhere in the yellow zone. The sole difference is that the one we're staying in is fairly large, which is most likely why the troop chose to base themselves here. Still, the livelier a settlement is, the more likely it is to draw the Varriger's attention. I turn my eyes outside the settlement as the thought crosses my mind. Piles of rocks and drifts of sand hide the land and sky in the distance. But I notice a lurking threat hiding in that distant valley. Here's some of what I head outside the settlement. Jiahui comes to a halt. Commander. Why did you ask me to go with you? This is meant to be a secret investigation. There's a chance that secrecy could be breached. We're working together on this assignment after all. It's better that we interact and get to know each other. Also, things in the Yellow Zone can be pretty complicated. And I'm empty-handed right now. I feel better with a certain squad leader by my side. According to what I know about you, Commander, dealing with over 10 Varriegers by yourself, even without a doll squad backing you up, should be child's play for you. Besides, you have Miss Grossa too. a second. Indeed, which is why this is only part of the reason. The other reason is you, Jiahui. Truth is, there was something I wanted to discuss with you on the day that Monsoon had their concert. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to do so. That day. Yes, it was unfortunate we could not speak. What do you wish to talk about? Monsoon and the Elmo. You know, they're the leader of Monsoon's squad and you're not part of the Elmo. Uneasy for a gust of wind that's used to freedom to have to suddenly accept a new environment. Grateful for the fact that you were willing to stay with the Elmo for the sakes of Diane and the others. They are my friends. Yes, and you are a good leader. That much goes without saying. But even though you're their leader, I can sense that you're changing too. Right now, the way you're talking to me is completely different from when Monsoon first came to help me. You bounty hunters have keen noses, so feel free to talk about anything you want with me. Jiahui does not answer. Or perhaps we could discuss it with Monsoon if you think it would be better that way. It won't take long for them to come here from the Elmo, and there'll be extra hands for the commission. Jiahui remains silent, her face still blank. But to Jingyu, her facial actuators were damaged in combat, and as a result, she does not show much in the way of facial expressions. But sometimes this poker face of hers is the perfect camouflage for her feelings. I look straight at Jiahui, silently waiting for her to answer, just to hear the sounds of an argument from a nearby hovel up ahead. It's not like that, listen to me. Those letters I sent were just... Listen to how you... If not for you, Ferris wouldn't have... No, Ferris, she... Look, just listen. For some reason, the pleading girl's voice sounds strangely familiar. Jiahui and I exchange looks. We nod, then take cover nearby. Enough of this. You think I'm going to buy that goody two-shoes act? You just... It's all because you. I really didn't know that you're someone like this because of you. Stop pretending already. Get lost. Get out of here. Argument doesn't last long. Then the owner of the nasty voice departs, leaving behind the sound of quiet sobbing. Lasts for a while before gradually tapering off. Then a familiar figure steps out from behind the wall. It is Ida, the lead actress of Taliatrope. She rubs her tears away as she walks. The clothes are dusty and her hair is a little mussed, probably from a scuffle just now. Jiahui frowns and prepares to stamp, but I put a hand on her shoulder and gently shake my head. Don't go right now. Might be a personal matter for Ida. My mouth is so dry. Jiahui doesn't answer, but she doesn't move either. It's only when Ida leaves that I loosen my grip and let her rise. As expected, Jiahui doesn't go after Ida. Instead, she fixes me with a cold look. Why did you stop me just now? If this is a personal matter for Ida, butting in rashly would only make things awkward for her. The troupe is about to put on their show. It'd be better to figure things out and then ask Ida about it later rather than incur unnecessary trouble. This isn't the first time Ida's encountered something like this. That dispute just now was very intense. That man kept bothering Ida, it might end up affecting the show. We still don't know the full picture yet. Barging in thoughtlessly might only end up making things worse. In the contamination zones, there are times when minding your business is not a bad thing. That's what Ida wants too, isn't it? Jiahui frowns. Minding my own business. So this is minding your own business to you, Commander. I see. Jiahui's expression doesn't change, but I can hear a hint of disappointment in her voice. However, this is the most sensible choice right now. If Ida objects, I will not pursue the matter for now, but if it affects the upcoming play, I will not remain silent. In any case, I'll look around the area alone for now. I can handle things here by myself. You should head back to the campsite. Seems Jiahui has made up her mind. Sigh, then turn to leave. We discuss it after she settles down. By the time I return to the troops' campsite, the stage at its center has begun to take shape. A group of people are gathered around it. Ida seems to be in their midst as they approach. Koza turns to me from where she is standing on the edge of the crowd. Commander? What's going on here? Asada is rehearsing. Apparently there was a recent revision to a certain scene. I look at the heart of the crowd. That's just at a scene rehearsal, I is completely into it. There's no sign of the tears she shed just now. Shortly afterwards, Jiahui enters the campsite too. I is still performing, so Jiahui frowns slightly before standing aside to watch in silence. Soon the scene is over and the audience erupts with thunderous applause. Ah. When the scene is over, the audience erupts with thunderous applause. It was a great change. It's even more moving than the previous version of the scene. But our tour is going to be a great success. Alright, I'm happy that everyone's so confident about our tour, but I'd like to hear from our audience too. Ida steps out of the crowd and beckons to me and Jiahui. Hi, you two. You saw a rehearsal just now, right? What did you think? It was very compelling. As for the fine details... Jiahui, you've got stage experience. Maybe you'd like to field this question. I smiled and glanced at Jiahui. He considered words for a moment and then began speaking in an earnest voice. I think your performance was very professional. While I arrived later and only managed to see part of it, the girl Zola that you played was lively and animated and very likable. Her final promise to her friend was very stirring too. I'm sure it would have won the hearts of the audience even in the green zone. However, the delivery of some of the lines seemed a little unpolished. Further practice might be required. Sounds harsh, but that's high praise coming from Jiahui. After hearing her words, Ida scratches her bashfully. But that's to be expected. After all, the character was modeled after Ida. She was? It's nothing. Right, I need to go check out my costume with the director. If there's nothing else, let's all go take a break for a bit. Miss Ida? What are you looking for me, Jiahui? Upon seeing Jiahui's hesitation, I cut into the conversation. Jiahui, shall we talk about campsite security? Yes. Wow, you guys sure work hard. I'll leave you to it then. Gotta head over to the director's office. Ida leaves and asks Rosa to continue standing watch by the stage. Jiahui's face is as blank as ever. Sighing internally, I approach her. What did you find outside the campsite? Thanks to your restraint, I didn't manage to find anyone suspicious. In that case, you shouldn't thoughtlessly question Ida about it either. Commander, are you saying that you believe asking about the matter will be bad for Ida, or that it will affect your investigation of the Varjägers? Well, I said I was willing to work with you. I was upfront about how the investigation would take priority over protecting the troop. Currently, Ida's situation is not related to the troop, and working with you does not extend interfering with the actors' personal lives. I do not wish to give risk to unintended consequences by doing so. In the Yellow Zone, supplies are not cheap, and while I don't know how Monsoon operates, for a bounty hunter, minding your own business is an important principle for survival. Jiahui falls silent, so she hadn't expected me to state my position that frankly. She frowns slightly, but in the end she simply fixes me with a calm gaze. Since you've decided to prioritize the investigation, I have a request of my own. I hope that you will not jeopardize the show for the sake of your mission, Commander. Of course. I have my principles too. I'll inform you if I discover anything unusual. I hope you will keep your promise, Commander. Jiahui turns and leaves after saying those cold words. So I watch her go rub between my eyes in resignation. This misunderstanding is only going to get worse at this rate. There's no way to soften Jiahui's attitude. What would Monsoon Squad do when they have a dispute? Monsoon Squad. An idea springs into my head. Pull out my terminal and find the names. Dan and Zhang Yi. Sorry, girls. It seems I'll need your help again.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
I feel like I've barely made a dent. In the wilderness, the jeep races towards its destination. On the front passenger seat leans against the window, idly rapping on the scratched glass. Big sis, go faster. The commander and Jouhui will have walked out on each other by the time we get there. Doll in the driver's seat stomps the gas pedal once again, but the only reply is the low hum of the engine as it strains under its weighty burden. Jin, you've been driving at top speed for a long time now. Any faster than this, jalopy will probably come apart before we even reach their campsite. After hearing Dan's reply, Jingyu pouts and curls up in her seat. Fine. Truth is, I just want to see the commander, Jouhui, ASAP. Poker-faced woman cruelly dumped us to take on a mission by herself. I can't wait to see her staring idiotically at us when we show up. Jingyu, I know you're still mad about what happened back then, but the commander didn't ask us to come in order to make things worse. You don't want Jouhui to truly leave Monsoon, do you? Heck no. Why else would we be rushing like this anyway? Okay, fine. Relax, big sis. I promise I won't get mad at her when we meet her later. At most, I'll wait till she gets back to the Elmo before secretly thumping her a little. That's if she comes back at all. We can't convince her. We still have Faye, don't we? She's in our way too, isn't she? Faye's never gotten along well with others, but even she is willing to come to the Elmo, so there's no reason why Jouhui would refuse either. Can't really say. After all, Jouhui isn't an ex-Griffin doll. It's such a pain. Monsoon's still Monsoon, even on the Elmo, and the commander's a really nice guy too. Do we have to choose between Monsoon and the commander? Why is Jouhui making things so difficult for us? Indeed. Perhaps this problem isn't just for us, but for all of Monsoon too. Here the little jeep is silent for a while. Then Franz gazes into the distance and floors the accelerator once again. Let's see here. Sure, we'll see how this goes. Sure. There we go. It's a fiery afternoon in the Italian troops' campsite. It's a fiery afternoon in the Italian troops' campsite. It's as boiling hot as you'd expect. Troop members hurry back and forth, rushing to set up the stage, rehearse, and prepare props. Jouhui grows an eye, infected by this industrious mood, and find ourselves taking part too. Suddenly I hear the sound of happy shouting from the distance amidst the sweltering heat. Commander Jouhui! Jouhui turns and freezes up. Meanwhile, I turn just in time for a gust of crimson wind to slam into me. Big so massive that I lose my balance and stumble back. God! Look out! As I'm about to fall, a hand reaches out just in time to steady my shoulder. Same time, the girl just glomped me. He barely manages to correct her posture and help Jouhui to stand me back up. Sorry, Commander. It was an accident. I'm okay. my feet back under me at last, look at the girl before me. Langton toes are flooding in the wind, and the smile on her face is bright. It's so bright that it makes me feel happier just looking at her. Reflexively reach out to officially ruffle her hair. Came fast. Almost caused a speeding accident, in fact. It's just because I missed you so much and didn't want to be apart from you for a second, Commander. And I guess I missed Yaoi too. In any case, the moment we got your message, Big Sis and I came here as quickly as we could. Is that right, Viscous? Yeah, that's and turns like Diana has only just arrived. We're not late, are we, Commander Yaoi? There's an apologetic smile on Diana's face as she turns to the green-hued doll. Forgive us for acting hastily and coming here without informing you. You have nothing to apologize for. In the first place, decision-making authority was in your hands while I was away from the squad. Yaoi remains calm even when confronted by this sudden visit from her team. Jenny seems annoyed by this and gets up in Yaoi's face. Wait a minute, why isn't your mouth wide open? Aren't you the least bit surprised that Big Sis and I are here? I am surprised, but I'm not a tickle-me-so doll that opens its mouth when you squeeze its tummy. Also, my emotive expression modules only support opening my mouth to a limited extent. Ah, that's why you're so annoying. Big Sis and I came all this way over and you aren't even reacting to it. Do you not care at all? Jingyu. Yaoi looks the fuming Jingyu in the eye and shakes her head. It's not that I don't care, it's just that I guessed you why you came. Such have no choice but to accept your arrival and introduce you to everyone in the troop. Saying so, Yaoi pulls Jingyu and Diana over and smiles faintly to the troop members who are gathering around them. Ada, manager, everyone. These are Diana and Jingyu, my friends from my band. Like me, they have extensive stage and combat experience. Welcome. Are you the ones who have been traveling and performing everywhere with Micho? What? Indeed, they were interested in the troop's upcoming play and insisted on coming by to help. Please feel free to tell us if you need anything over the next few days. We'll be in your care for the time being, everyone. Dan smiles and bows. Upon seeing how Diane is acting, Jingyu's face lights up with a smile too. Just let me know if you need any help. I can work, fight, and perform. Oh yeah, I can do kung fu, sing, and play the drums too. Oh really? Miss Jingyu, can I consult with you on the finer points of fight scenes? Might end up useful in our play. Of course. In fact, I can give you a demonstration right now. Empty space, there we go. Come on this way. He drags Ada off to the side and proceeds to give her an energetic display of martial arts moves. Dan shakes her head with a smile as she watches Jingyu's antics. She really does go full throttle all the time. Still, there won't be any problems with playing into the troop now. Well played, Commander. I'm impressed. Yaoi looks at me and within her smile fades. Please forgive me. I simply did not want to cause any misunderstandings between us. I believe that we'll be able to get along better with Diane and Jingyu around. And as for the future, thank you for your concern, Commander. Yaoi interrupts me halfway through my explanation. I will carefully consider the future of Monsoon Squad. Guessing next is a story point? Okay. In the meantime, I'm going to switch to... Wait. First off, let's grab all this. I'm going to switch over to the Frontline Survivors thing, because I still need to do that. Accumulate. Okay, 1800 score. I can probably do that, maybe? Support skill unlocked at level 31. I'll try using Macchiato this time around. This gets a little rough pretty quick. Maybe load. temporary shield. Sure. Sure. Ooh. This one. A pal. Hmm. So many. Sure. Fire rate. It's just regular bullet damage. Bullet size. Maybe long range impact? Sure. What is that? Uh... Okay, I need to... There we go. Section obliteration, sure. Ow. I've got no health. Chilling wind. Enemy units that have movement speed restrictions. Crit rate, fire rate after Okay, that's a lot of enemies. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Excalibur. Ooh, that's big. No longer a limit on how many enemies you can hit. Um, range, dexterity. Go to dexterity. The health thing's probably a good idea. Okay, this is getting pretty rough. Sure. Oof, and more damage. Sure. This is so... Oh my god. Okay. Repulsion. Maybe repulsion. I think repulsion would be good. Things get really close too fast. What is this? Bullet damage, generate force field. Intense seismic zone. Need something with more fire. Okay, there we go. Fire rate. Let's see. Okay, come on. Oh. And receiving and healing thereafter if HP exceeds. Okay, that's big. 'How long am I gonna fight for? Okay. Focus that thing down. Okay, I can be a little more controlled right now. Dang it. Gotta kill that thing fast. Those rushing ones make it like nearly impossible to push back that way. Okay, there we go. There we go, now I can see. I don't like how they spawn literally in front of me rather than outside of the screen. I don't know if that's because I moved too fast or what though. How long does this last? 20 minutes? Come on. Oh dang. It's not going down. Okay, there we go. This is pain. Come on, almost there, almost there. Almost there. Ah, there we go. Finally, it's over. I think that finishes that off completely. So there's that at least done. That's everything? Yep. I don't have to do that anymore. Okay, we're about almost halfway done. Ugh. Okay. There's a slight tension between Jiahui and Zhang Yu. It doesn't affect the assignment, and the show preparations proceeding apace. Stage is finally completed by our 4th day in the settlement. Troop decides to conduct an internal test show that night. Music stops, replaced by enthusiastic applause from the audience. One by one, the cast members take their bows, and the director waves excitedly to the audience on the stage. That's a wrap. Big thank you to everyone for making the test show of Daybreak's Oath a great success. By the director's announcement, the cast members gather excitedly into a group hug, as the lead actress Ida is naturally in the center of the group. Ida, you were amazing. I didn't expect the change finale to be so moving. Thank you everyone, but I couldn't have done it without you, be it the script revisions or in the later performance and joint rehearsals. I'm so grateful to have your support. Ida bows deeply for when she's standing in the middle of the crowd. The director comes over and pats her on the shoulder. Come on, Ida, no need to be modest. We all know just how hard you've worked to make this tour a success. I'm sure First parents would understand your feelings if they were here. We sent the invitations out long ago, but I guess they won't be coming. Otherwise, they wouldn't. Ada sighs quietly and drops the subject. Then she instantly wipes her dejection away like it had never existed and smiles as she grabs Jiahui in Zhengyu's hands. That's right, Director. I've learned lots of things recently while talking to Monsoon Squad. For instance, Zhengyu's kung fu moves look really cool on stage. I was thinking that maybe we could work them into our next production. Oh, really? Yep. I still remember that super cool flying kick you showed me. It'd be perfect for a fight scene. Also, just as Ida begins to act out a move with Zhengyu in tow, a dark shadow falls from the sky. Look out! Jiahui pulls Ida away just as a glass bottle filled with paint hits that spot where Ida was standing just a moment ago. Paint inside it splashes out as the glass shatters into fragments, blooming into a lurid, savage flower. Before Ida can react, the second and third bottle sail into the campsite, interspersed with a hail of stones, leaving streaks of paint all over the stage. Hey, someone's causing trouble! To protect the cast and the commander, Zhengyu with me. Jiahui's voice remains on the wind as she leaves out the campsite, hiding behind a nearby wall. With lightning speed, Jiahui subdues a suspicious man hiding behind the wall without giving him any time to respond. On her end, Zhengyu has also grabbed someone outside the campsite. Both of them drag the men to the center of the campsite. Despite being pinned down, they're still struggling and cursing. Who the hell are you? Let me go! You're just a crappy group of actors. What right do you have to grab me? Get it through your thick skull. Stop going around doing shows and get lost now before you mess up more people's families. Shameless and harbor criminals. That lead actress Ida or whatever is a murderer. That makes the rest of you guys accomplices too. Shut up. Jiahui knocks the ranting man out with a knife hand strike. After seeing how his friend was KO'd, the other man shrinks away in terror. However, when he sees how Ida is not trying to stop this, and in fact lowers her head in dejection, he starts cursing again. His verbal abuse grows louder. Jiahui scowls and takes out her knife before pressing it to the man's neck with a cold look in her eyes. Let's talk this out, I need to get serious. Alright, then talk. Why are you attacking the troupe? We were hired. Our client only gave us money and told us to make trouble and mess up the show. So all this about a murder? I don't know either. The client just told us to say that. Yes, they got a grudge with your leading lady. He said that she... Before he can finish, Xiaohui knocks him out as well. She glances at Jiang Yu, Diane, thinking they should drag the two unconscious men away. Then she looks at me, who's standing aside in the distance. I to get Xiaohui's meaning and enter the crowd before giving the director a meaningful look. Miss Eda looks like she needs some rest. Let's end the rehearsal here tonight. Everyone should turn in early. We'll clean up the rest. After seeing the director nod, the rest of the cast and crew obligingly disperse. Soon the only people left in the once bustling campsite are the director, Ida, and the adults. Jiahui helps Ida take a seat and then squeezes her hand. Ida, can you tell us what happened before this? His head is still lowered. She remains gloomy and silent. After seeing the state Ida is in, the director shakes her head and sighs. Maybe I should do it. If I'm not wrong, my guess is that the clients who hired those people to attack the theater were the parents of Ida's former friend, Ferris. A former friend called Ferris? Yes, Ferris was a good friend of Ida's and an outstanding young actress. Truth is, she was supposed to be the female lead for Daybreak South. Back then, Ida and Ferris joined the auditions for the part, and they made it through both of them. Ferris was the female lead, and Ida was the second female lead. Ferris and I both loved to act. I still remember the day we met each other. Ida, who has been silent all this time, slowly lifts her head. She exits the stage, but it seems more like she's gazing into the depths of her past. That day, I joined an impromptu drama competition. I was a rookie back then, nobody paid any attention to me. But by the time the competition ended, a girl ran over all of a sudden and praised me for doing a good job. She even pointed out all the little details in my act. We ended up talking for a long time. She told me her name was Ferris and that she wanted to become a pro actor just like me. Ida smiles as she recalls her past with Ferris. After that, we became good friends. At that time, all we had were bit parts, but no matter what roles or scripts we were given, we would always rehearse them together so we could critique and further refine our act. Over time, we slowly became able to play supporting roles. And then, we both made it through the auditions for Daybreak's Oath, and began practicing in the Yellow Zone together, looking for cultural inspiration together, going on tour together. Those days were really happy, but I had to stop speaking, as though she's thought of something and her smile turns bitter. 2 years ago, when Ferris and I were out in the contamination zones together, we were attacked by the Jaegers. The PMC assigned to protect us was taken out by the Jaegers, and Ferris too. Passed out back then and was mistaken for dead,
but a passing bounty hunter saved me. Everyone in the troop was heartbroken over Ferris. We had lost a great actress and a good friend. After that, everyone in the troop was grieving for her, and the lead actress role for Daybreak's Oath sat vacant for a long time. Later on, I remember that Ida and Ferris had acted opposite each other and had her try out for the position. She did well, so we decided to permanently assign it to her. But I didn't expect that my decision would lead to a misunderstanding with Ferris' parents. I thought that Ida had gotten Ferris killed in order to become the lead actress. Did you not try to contact Ferris' parents? We tried many times, but Ferris' parents thought the troop was in on it with Ida and kept refusing to talk to us. I'd also tried looking for those Jaegers, but they've never been easy to find, and the situation was very chaotic back then. With all that time gone by, we couldn't find any evidence at all. And that's how the misunderstanding lasted all the while until now. Yes, truth is Ida's been working hard to try and erase that misunderstanding. During this tour, Ida convinced me to change the script, and its ending as a memorial to Ferris. Frankly speaking, we weren't too happy about the change at first, but Ida went all over to gather inspiration and built up experience as a scriptwriter before consulting me about it many times. In the end, the altered script began to take shape. I need to drink water. I have like cotton mouth. Not actually, but like it feels like it. After we finished rewriting the script, we began preparing for our tour. Right after we finalized the show schedule, Ida sent an invitation to Ferris' parents. And you know how that went. The balloon present goes silent as I look at the glass shards and red paint scattered everywhere. Ida, is there anything we can do to help? Hold on. Tailor and protect the future shows. That's right, since they've rejected Ada's goodwill, they definitely won't give up easily. Ada smiles bitterly and bows to everyone again. Sorry for causing you trouble. Ensuring the show takes place successfully is part of the request. You don't have to blame yourself for this, Miss Ida. Jiahua helps Ida up, and Zhang Yu comes over to help support her by the shoulders. Yep, nothing's going to happen to the troop with us around. I'll be counting on you all the future. Then, it's getting late now, so I need to take care of troop business. Oh yes, about those two attackers. Leave them to us. Miss Jiahua, could you go easy on them? After all, it was because of me that... Relax, we know our limits. Several minutes later, the two hired attackers receive a stern talking to from Zhang Yu and slink off, vanishing into the night. As I watch them fade away, I can't help but ponder the situation. So they were hired then. No, if they were like the people who tried to ambush Ida earlier, they're probably related to the Jaegers too. Before the two men can flee into the darkness, I call out to Groza. Groza, follow them and see where they're headed. We're about halfway done. I think I should be able to finish up today. Tonight? Out in the wilds, a petite doll is racing through a herd of elites. She places shot after shot with deadly precision, driving away the elites that are swarming her. Yo, 65!
Elite corpses ringing her are piled high like gruesome sandbags. The gun is starting to heat up, but Faye shows no signs of stopping. Instead, she begins counting the bodies at the ground. 7, 8, 9, 14. Still not enough. Again! Faye scowls and leaps up the slope of the Elite pile. The lunges at her as her gun is moving between targets. Faye rolls and throws her tomahawk, which cleaves deeply into the creature's throat. Another body hits the floor. Impact shatters the collapsed crystals in the corpse. The fragments lay at Faye's feet. Faye quickly bends down to pick up the chunks, wipes off the icky stuff on them, and shoves them into her pockets. That's what you get for trying to ambush me. Soon the gathered elites have all been dealt with. Faye picks up the last collapsed crystals piece and pats her bulging pockets. That should be enough, right? How do we better get a present with this? With these? Or is it? According to the art of human interaction, presenting a gift after meeting an old friend following a long separation is a sign of your sincerity. So does this mean I should collect more crystals? I still have enough time to kill more of these elites. Plus, the pieces will get worn down in processing. It'll be bad if I don't have enough. Faye looks up and gazes in the distance. Wisps of smoke curls into the air. Seems there's another elite pack up ahead. Mounts up on her motorbike and roars over to the source of the smoke. However, she approaches the smoke, Faye gradually realizes something is wrong. Wait, those aren't elites? So the smoke lies just over 100 meters away, but it isn't created by the elites, rather it comes from weirdly modified Varjager vehicles. They seem to have found something and several converted junkers are pouring fire on a small hill. The Varjagers again, did they spread all the way over here? Faye ups the output of her visual modules and tries to see who the Varjager's target is. However, she can only make out several distinct shapes amidst a roiling cloud of dust. Could be stranded travelers or residents from a nearby settlement. Who cares? Those Varjagers are all... Anyway, just shoot first and ask questions later. Faye revs her motorbike and rides into the heart of the dust cloud. Over here! Okay. Ooh, wait. Yeah. We can kill very quick here. Very quick. Guess we can go boop, and then we go boop, and then we go bam. And we go bam. And we go bam. I was hoping I could reach. To Faye's surprise, the people surrounding the hill are actually pretty good fighters and work well with Faye. So the Varjager's convoy of modified vehicles is driven off. Faye brings her motorbike to a halt and runs up the hill, waving to the people behind the smoke and dust. So, a thing I can't get over is the fact that 1, this axe is significantly bigger than before, and 2, it still has the scope. You guys alright? We're good. Thanks for your help just now. The surprise attack of yours was most impressive. You're welcome. You guys were pretty good too. You bounty hunters. I thought you were local res. As the people she's addressing reach from the smoke, Faye's words catch in her throat. You guys... Yo, Faye, surprised to see us. See, Commander, I told you it was Faye. There's no way I would mistake anyone who lugs an axe around with her all day long or anyone else. It's been a while, CC75. I mean, Miss Faye. Yes, long time no see, Faye. Smile and walk up to the stall. I haven't seen her in a long time. 10 years have passed since she's changed her outfit, but her brilliant red hair still burns like a fire. The spirited look in her eyes hasn't changed a bit. Just looking forward to meeting you again from the moment Diane told me she had contacted you. I thought we'd meet at the campsite, but I didn't expect to run into you here. You would consider it fate that our reunion took the form of fighting side by side? Faye seems to want to say something, but she spaces out after hearing me speak. Her mouth hangs half open and her face turns red as she struggles to find the right words to say. I'm vibrating. Commander, nice to see you again. I got a gift for when we met again, or I mean I was planning to get a gift for you, but I haven't managed to get it yet. But I've got the funds ready. Saying so, Faye reaches into her pockets, then she freezes up. Faye exclaims in shock and looks down at her pockets. Unable to believe her eyes, she feels it around inside. Her pockets, which had been stuffed to the brim just short a while ago, were grazed by bullets during the firefight just now.
All the collapsed crystals she worked so hard to collect have been scattered everywhere, leaving only a few pieces sparkling forlornly in her hands. How could this... my collapsed crystals? Faye? Faye clenches her fist in frustration and grabs her head. It looks like she's struggling to keep control of her emotions. So wow, she looks up with a bitter expression in her face. I'm sorry, Commander. It looks like your gift will have to wait. Cheer up. So you dropped all those collapsed crystals you collected. So what? Just pick them all up again. I'll help you. What's important is that you met the commander again, not some present. Yes, seeing you here is what matters to me. Pat Faye's shoulder and try to console her. Faye has seemed on edge ever since we met. She hasn't said much, and what little she says comes out as nervous stuttering. What happened to her? Remember she was rather hot-tempered in Griffin, but not like this. Maybe I should ask her about it later when I get the chance. Thank you, Commander. I'm happy to be able to see you again, too. That's right. What are you doing here, Commander? It's a long story. You know about the troop, right? Someone caused trouble there last night and Groza followed them to another Jaeger camp. You and I came over to help check it out, but not long after we met up, those guys went out for a walk. See, and after this, we'll be heading back to the campsite first. Groza's got a good picture of the situation here. I believe your teammates are looking forward to meeting you too. Once we return to the settlement, Jing Yu practically flies into the troop campsite. Big sis, Jiahui, look who I found! Upon hearing Jing Yu's voice, Diane looks up from where she's working by the stage. Faye! Diane approaches with quick steps, enfolding Faye and Jing Yu in a hug. Jiahui walks out of a nearby tent, having heard the commotion. Faye? What are you doing here? Jiahui reflexively glances at me and I raise my hands defensively. It really wasn't me this time. I only just ran into Faye. Jiahui then turns to Faye, who walks over and punches Jiahui's shoulder. Dan gave me the location. What the hell? So you can go off by yourself and nobody's allowed to follow. Previously happy mood in the air suddenly freezes over. Dan sighs before walking over to the pair, taking a green-colored arm in one hand and a red-colored one in the other. There, don't get mad. We should be happy that Monsoon's been reunited after so long. Yeah, that's right. Faye came over to help us out. In fact, she helped us beat up a bunch of our Jaegers just now. Don't be so stiff, Jiahui. Yes, Faye's skills were amazing. Also, do you have anything to say to Monsoon assembled? Alright. Jiahui presses the spot between her brows in resignation. I was hoping that this brief period of independent action would be enough to spur you ladies into calling me, considering your future. Clearly that plan has failed. That just means it was the wrong thing to do. It's better to just be frank and speak up rather than having us all stew in our rooms by ourselves being miserable. Isn't that right, big sis, Faye? For once I agree with Jing Yu. Yes, I agree that face-to-face discussion is the best form of communication for Monsoon. Much like when you play a song, one must be on the scene to properly judge the audience's reaction. Jiahui, while this was a private commission, you're still a part of Monsoon. Will you allow us to help you with this commission for the next few days? I mean, your business is Monsoon's business. Yeah, we'll help you out if Amida gives you another job next time. After seeing the sincerity in our teammates' expressions, the coldness of Jiahui's face seems to have faded. Jiahui looks them in the eye and nods. Alright. Come on, I want to just finish up. Several days later, inside the troop campsite, Monsoon Squad and Grossa intensified patrols outside the campsite for the following days. Despite the little upset during the test show, the attack we feared never came again, and the troop enjoyed a rare few days of peace. It's a relief that the troop has been otherwise unmolested, but I'm hard-pressed to find a rationale for the Varjager's actions. Could it be that the link between the Varjagers and the attackers on the night was purely coincidence? Was it truly just two layabouts with nothing better to do except a job from the underground? No, perhaps I need to investigate further. There must have been something behind the scenes that I've missed. Once afternoon rehearsals for the troop are over, I seek out Jiahui. As she listens to my intentions for coming here, she puts down the prop she is checking and looks at me in puzzlement. So you intend to investigate the Varjagers outside the camp? Right now? Yes, right now. You can tell something's wrong too, don't right? Turn to look outside the campsite. Nothing seems peaceful enough. The campsite settlement inside is nowhere as warm and welcoming as it was when we first came. In fact, it feels somewhat deserted. Our audience is gone. That's right. Troop advertised this show heavily, so there ought to be more people here. However, it seems the Varjägers activity nearby is forced people who were planning to watch the show to abandon their plans. Commander, do you think the change of Varjägers' actions is linked to how we stopped the attack on the camp that day? Can't be sure, but we both know the Varjägers are mixed up in this. Besides, the Varjägers have been scourged on the surrounding region, yet the settlement and the troop have been completely untouched. It doesn't make sense. I don't think it's because we revealed ourselves, and I don't think anyone would actually pay to invite those starving wolves here. Therefore, I need to head out there on foot to figure out what's going on. Since it's very likely that Ida is involved, I need the help of Monsoon Squad too. Understood. I can accompany you, Commander. Me too, me too. I haven't gone out investigating with you in a long time. Jingyu has appeared from seemingly nowhere and inserted herself between Jiaohui and me, followed closely by Diane and Faye, who turned up in front of me. Why didn't you just tell us you needed help, Commander? Yeah, Jiaohui would have monopolized the scouting mission of the Commander if I hadn't secretly followed you. I see the looks of anticipation in their eyes, I can't help but chuckle, but eventually I harden my heart and shake my head. The Varjägers are still roaming around out there, so we need to leave someone behind to protect the campsite. Jiaohui and Jingyu will follow me. Dan and Faye will stay behind and protect the campsite. I just said, Faye and I will find the campsite, but please be careful outside. Please be careful, come in. As our jeep drives deeper into the wilderness, there's still no trace of the Varjägers. Jingyu stares out of the back seat window for a long time, but she can't find anything. Bored, she begins tapping out a rhythm on the vehicle's frame. Jingyu, mind your volume. Okay, fine, I'll stop now. 3 minutes about Jiaohui. Jingyu sticks her tongue out and grumbles under her breath. The Varjägers are such a pain, there's no sign of them anywhere. Just a waste of your time, Commander. Can't believe we're spending our precious time off on those Varjägers. So mad. After complaining, Jingyu drapes herself over the back of my seat. Still, I'm glad I got to go out with you again on a mission, Commander. It feels just like the old days. In fact, I can't help but wonder how nice it would be if the troop could just keep performing. And Big Sis, Faye, and I could just ignore that crappy agreement and stay with you forever, right, Commander? The agreement, Actually, Clint sent me a secret transmission about a month ago when I was assisting Borough 4 regarding new changes in the agreement. While quite a few dolls have already returned to the Yomo through chance encounters, I was planning to maintain the status quo for a while longer to avoid the Yomo becoming a target once again. But after seeing the gloominess and delight on Jingyu's face and thinking about the pendant that Diane cherished so dearly, I find it hard to keep quiet. Perhaps I can't answer for the world, but at the very least I can give them an answer. Commander? Actually, you can do that right now. You don't have to worry about that agreement anymore. Huh? Jingyu's jaw drops and her eyes go wide. I sigh and then smile as gently as I can. Just last month, the Non-Military Forces Administration secretly lifted part of the agreement's restrictions for various reasons. That said, it was done in secret, so I didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell everyone because I didn't want to alarm certain people. Also, I'm just a penniless bounty hunter right now, so all I can do is wander the land doing jobs and make ends meet. It's a hard life. I don't care if you're wandering or not. I'm happy as long as I'm with you, Commander. It won't ever be a hardship for me. Sure, Big Sis if I feel the same way too. Oh yeah, we'll go back and tell them the good news. I'm sure they'll be really happy if they know they can follow you again. Really now? Sako then turned to look at Jiaohui. However, I realized that she's staring intently through the windshield, her face grim. Commander Varjäger sighted ahead. Problem resolved. Jiaohui, catch up quick. We can wrap things up and share the good news with our sister soon. Don't rush. Take care of the enemies first. How many are there? 3, 7? From the looks of it. I can probably take out a good chunk of them with just 416.
Alright, let's do it. We'll do this. We'll pop here. Go to here. No, here. Get that extra reach. Take out the back line.
今のうちよどうってことないわ 今のうちよどうってことないわその
Okay.
了解
Okay, let's not be right there. Yeah, right there. Man, Vector's been such a good choice for me to build. She still needs a little work, but she's been doing pretty good. Like the Jawa and Jengyu's combined attack, the ambushing Varjägers are soon driven off. We wipe out the remaining enemies along the way, but don't see anyone else around us. In order to verify the Varjäger's tracks, we even pursue them all the way to the Varjäger camp we found earlier. However, the brightly lit campsite from that night is now completely deserted. It's as though these bandits were tipped off and vanished without a trace after shifting their area of activity. What's going on? Maybe they got scared by how we've been spanking them over the past few days and ran off. No, judging by the state of the camp, this was an organized withdrawal. So we've missed them again? So what are the other camps that Groza found? Seen arrive at the other camp, however the situation there is the same as before. Where did everyone go? When I came here with Groza and the commander just a few days ago, there were Varjägers patrolling around the area. Indeed, if they packed up and left in just a few days, then where did they go? I lean against the window and rub my forehead as I feel a headache coming on. Is there really nothing wrong with these? There's really nothing wrong with those Varjägers? In the past, exterminating Varjägers was not a difficult task. However, they seem to have become more cunning over the past 6 months. Their behavior we saw during this request reflects that. They have multiple temporary bases. They actively send out people to take underground market requests. And they can even conduct organized group withdrawals. A vague feeling that there's something wrong about all this churns in my mind. Almost as though someone is directing these crude bandits from the shadows. Unfortunately, I have no clues or proof regarding them at the moment. Don't be so down, Commander. Since they're gone, the troop in the settlement will be safe. You should be happy. It's good for Ida, yes, but it seems the bounty that the commander will receive for investigating Varjägers is going to be much smaller than expected. You don't hold back at all, do you? Ah, you're right. I'm sorry, Commander, I didn't think about that. Still, there's no need to worry. Now that the agreement's been loosened, Monsoon will help you out with missions as long as we get to stay on the Elmo. Sure, you won't have to worry about starving with us around. That's so. Looking forward to that. Me too. Saw all sorts of fun stuff on the Elmo and a lot of old friends. Well, not just the guys from Griffin, but lots of new friends too. We better make new friends too, right? Jinyu tightens her grip on the steering wheel and her eyes sparkle as she fantasizes about the future holds. What the future holds. Yoha says nothing, only listening quietly. Man, I want to head back to the campsite right now and see the look on Big Sis Faye's face when I tell them the agreement's been loosened up. Hold on tight, Commander. I'm putting the pedal to the metal. Jinyu mutters about the agreement to herself as she speeds all the way back. Soon the jeep lurches to a halt. We're at the campsite. Commander, we've arrived. Jinyu eagerly dismounts and runs up to the nearby Dan and Faye. A flurry of wild gesticulation that follows tells me, even without hearing her words, that she's informing them about the agreement. Sure enough, Dan and Faye run up to me a moment later. Is what Jinyu said really true? Is the agreement annulled? I nod. Strictly speaking, it was because the terms have been loosened that, after the previous assistance to 404 concluded, you are allowed to stay on the Elmo. So if you don't mind following me on my wanderings, you can come back to the Elmo and stay with me permanently after this contract is finished. It's wonderful. Been looking forward to the day when I could officially join the Elmo. To the day when I could return to your side for good. Dead strokes the pendant on her wrist. Me too. I'll follow you anywhere, Commander. Doesn't matter where you go, Monsoon's squad is always about traveling, after all.
Alright, since you're willing, I have no reason to refuse you. However, it seems your leader still hasn't chimed in yet. I look toward Jiahui. Jiahui, she's been keeping her distance ever since she got down from the vehicle. Jingyu and the others all look expectantly toward her, expecting Jiahui to respond with a smile. Dan's expression is colored further with mild concern and worry. As expected, Jiahui simply toys with the knife she's holding. Her expression is cool and even as ever. We haven't reached the deadline for the suggestion yet, so my answer is the same as before. So you want me to join the Elmo? I will need to consider it, but I will not stop you. What's there to consider? The commander's super reliable, you know? You don't need to overthink this, Jiahui. You know, I've always been waiting for this to happen. The air turns chilly. Dan steps forward and carefully ventures a question. Never asked before, but is there some reason that you're reluctant to join us, Jiahui? Jiahui doesn't answer. She simply continues rubbing the handle of her knife. On seeing Jiahui's reaction, I sigh inside. Probably won't be able to get the answer out of her today. After patting the others on the shoulder, I chuckle quietly. Well, if she needs to think about it, then we don't have to press her for an answer today. Troop will be performing for a while. You can always decide once the contract is done. Just 3 more. 3 more. Ugh. Feel a little sick. Who's this? Interesting. I got a follow from someone. And I don't know why. It's interesting. Alright. Week-long schedule of shows is slowly winding down. During this time, the Raiders are still active in the wilderness, but they don't harass the troop again. Attack out of fear does not take place, and the troop's performance receives glowing reviews. On the night before the final performance, the troop's campsite is brightly lit, and the members of the troop are gathered in the heart of the campsite, nervously preparing for the last show. Daybreak comes, I shall go with... Ida, mind your blocking. Sorry about that. Let's do it over. When daybreak comes, I shall go with the wind, onward to a kingdom on the faraway clouds. Ida, your delivery just now was too stiff. Sorry, After the second reminder, Ida stumbles a little as she gets to her feet. Even the most clueless actor would be able to tell that right now she's not in the right state of mind for rehearsal. Director sighs and pats Ida on her shoulder. Relax. If you're not feeling well, then go rest up a little. We'll go over the other portions first. Thank you. Ida nods to the director in gratitude and slinks away from the stage.
Jiahui arises from her seat in the audience and silently follows her. Saida, when humans are bothered by something, do they feel better when they talk to holes in trees? So if there's something bothering you, why not try telling me about it? If nothing else, my color scheme is about 70% similar to a tree hole. I figure I ought to be able to provide 70% of the functionality of one. Ada freezes up, then carefully looks Xiaohui up and down before bursting into laughter. Xiaohui, is this how you always comfort your friends? Not always, but right now it seems to be working. Thank you. I do feel a little better now. On seeing that the sadness in Ida's eyes has abated a little, Xiaohui walks over to Ida's side. Are you feeling anxious about tomorrow's show? Yes, I believe Fair's parents won't give up that easily. Saida, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but as an actor, your sole duty is to deliver your performance. Ensuring that the show is safe is Monsoon Squad's duty. Got it. Thank you, Miss Xiaohui. I'm sorry for subjecting you to that terrible performance just now. No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll perk myself up and properly prepare for it. Ada smiles and nods to Jiahui, then turns to head back to the stage. Jiahui watches Ida leave, noting the extra spring in her step. Then she returns to the audience seats. After the rehearsal in a corner of the camp, I confirmed that her various tasks and preparations are complete. Jiahui is about to head back to rest when she suddenly feels a weight on her shoulder. Ambush successful! Pixis Fei, come quick! Having managed to grab Jiahui's shoulder, Jingyu excitedly waves the others over. Soon Diane and Fei have arrived, flanking Jiahui. Faced with her ambush, Jiahui raises her hands in resignation. I don't recall a pre-show celebration on the cards. No, it's not really a celebration, we just have a few questions for you. Fei rubs her head and her expression turns serious. That is to say, what do you think of the commander? Yeah, we were all in a rush when we came to help the commander out, so you probably didn't have much of a chance to talk to him. But now it's just us Monsoon Squad and the commander. Plus you've been with him for so long already. Surely you must have made up your mind about him by now, right? The last show's tomorrow. Jiahui, no matter what you're planning to do, would you sit down and talk things through with us before making your final decision? Yeah, I hate how you just up and left the Elmo without saying anything. I'm sorry, I was planning to make my decision after the commission was complete and I could discuss things with the commander. I didn't think that I would cause so much trouble for everyone. Aw, who says you're troubling us? Xiaohui, you're always so decisive and whatever most of the time. Why are you all hesitant now? We've known each other for so long, so you can just tell us if you've got anything on your mind. Jiahui, you can tell us directly if you have any doubts or questions about the Elmo. After all, Monsoon's been through a lot over the past few years and we've faced it all together, haven't we? Yeah, in the past you were always the one to come up with a plan when we ran into trouble. Now you've got trouble, so you should tell us about it. We're a team after all. Thank you. I'll be frank then. It is true. I have some reservations about joining the Elmo, however they're not related to the Elmo or Monsoon, but rather my past. Jiahui looks down at the scars in her hand. A moment later, she looks up at Dan. I want my choice to be meaningful, so I'm sorry, but I can't give an answer right now. Dan steps forward and gently grasps Jiahui's hand. It's alright, Jiahui. We didn't approach you tonight to ask you to do anything. We just wanted to tell you that you've always been a great leader for all these years. Yeah, you might have it out for me, but you're actually pretty trustworthy as a squad leader. Nancy might not even be here if it wasn't for your ideas. Yes, I agree. I wouldn't follow orders from just anyone. Though I truly hope that we can continue traveling with you. I hope so too. I will also seriously consider the matter of our future. After knowing the Monsoon Squad is almost done talking, I head over and knock lightly on a nearby tent pole. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to talk about the campsite's defensive posture for tomorrow. What do you have in mind, Commander? I believe the Varjagers have not given up on the big fish that this troop represents. Those two attacks on Ida weren't coincidences, merely probes. Jiahui nods in agreement. Yes, they were using them to determine how well the troop was protected. Indeed. While the mental image of disciplined Varjägers might sound strange, if they were really planning on making a big halt, they would probably hold back until the tour was over and the troop's temporary guards were gone. I don't want anything to happen to the troop after we leave. Rather than leave those Varjägers free to threaten others, I'd rather look for a chance to put an end to the matter once and for all. Was this why you kept sending Miss Groza out after the Varjägers over the past few days? And here I thought you were going to mind your own business. Come on, it's not like bounty hunters only have collapse fuses on the mine. Besides, I also want to... A series of gunshots and explosions outside the campsite interrupts my words and shatters the silence of the night. It's the Varjägers! The Varjägers are here! So they came after all. Ladies, prepare for a fight.
了解。リズムに合わせて。
If it was assigned to clear the audience out, let's eliminate the remaining enemies. Alright, how many do we got? 6? Really? Oh. Oh dang, she can't reach as far as I was hoping.
後悔しても知らないよ。
What if I move you
じゃ
here?
あ始めよっか。
No, wait, you don't have a...
おじけついたの？みんな平気ですか？
Okay. You know what?
おじけ
Do
つい
that.
たの？
And the rain...
じゃ
Yeah, we'll do
あ始
this.
めよっか。
Use her to clear out this row. And then we can maybe get all the way over here and clear out more, but we'll see.
訓練の成果ね。交代して今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
What from here? Ooh, perfect.
交代して今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。そ
And
の
then
了解。
do that.
わかった。
Varjägers who attacked the settlement are swiftly beaten back by Monsoon Squad and Groza's combined efforts. However, the campsite was caught in the crossfire and much of the intricate backdrops and stage is destroyed. Anything remotely valuable in the backstage area has vanished. The campsite is in an uproar. The troop manager is frantically shuttling between the stage, the admin tent, and the costume racks, toting up the losses while Monsoon Squad and I help her out. Just then an actor runs out. Manager, it's bad. Ida's gone. Tell me, be clear about it. What happened? The cast was doing a head count just now and we couldn't find Ida. If they someone mentioned that they think they saw several Varjägers going after Ida when the campsite was being attacked. And also someone was guiding the Varjägers. I think it was the people who came to cause trouble for us earlier. Wait a minute. You're saying the troublemakers from earlier were inside men for the Varjägers? Varys' parents hired the Varjägers to attack the troop? No, I don't think so. When you consider how Varys died, there's no way her family would hire the Varjägers. The underground markets are chaotic and hard to manage. It's more likely the commission to cause trouble here was coincidentally taken by the Varjägers. The Varjägers needed an inside man. That's right. Tor was heavily publicized, so the Varjägers have probably had their eye on the troop for some time. The commission put out by Ferris' family gave them the perfect excuse to sneak around the campsite without arousing our suspicion. Would the Varjägers actually do that? Don't they only know how to wave their guns around? That would normally be the case, but it seems like the Varjägers have grown a brain over the past few months. Commissions involving them have gotten harder and harder to complete as a result. While they're still fairly amateurs in actual combat, their ability to strategize does seem to have evolved a little. Then what should we do now? Sudden ringtone from comm terminal interrupts the manager's words. Manager frowns and picks up. Instantly hear a girl's scream from the other side of the connection. Lasts only a second, then the girl's voice cuts off, replaced by a short-tempered voice. Heard that? The lead actress is in my hands. Bring her ransom by tomorrow. I'm warning you now. Don't try any fancies with me or the chick dies. Call cuts off and the campsite instantly goes silent. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupts from all around. Panic swallows the entire troop. That was Ida's voice. The Verhegers kidnapped Ida. Director, manager, what should we do? Can we really trust the Verhegers? What if... Mr. Clammer, the theater manager, walks over to me, a look of utter helplessness in her eyes, and tightly squeezes my hand. Please save Ida. We'll try to get the ransom together, but we can't let anything happen to Ida again. Alright, calm down. No matter what. Before I can finish, Johe has already walked up to us. Commander, allow me to handle the rescue. I've seen enough kidnappings to last me a lifetime. Those scum only know how to bully the weak and torment others. I don't know how people live in the contamination zones, but stepping in when I see injustice being done is how I live. Now that I've seen it happen, there's no way I can turn a blind eye to it. I know that, but please wait a moment. Johe's eyes narrow as I stop her. Don't get me wrong, Johe. Calm down and listen to me. I massage the space between my eyes as I take in her guarded attitude and suspicions. Looks like she's really misunderstood me. Then I shake my head and look her in the eye. Johe, I feel the same way as you. There's no way I would simply stand aside after seeing something like this. That has nothing to do with being a bounty hunter. That said, stopping you comes from my experience as a bounty hunter. I believe there's a better solution to this matter. Interesting. Almost done. Inside a darkened corner of a Jaeger warehouse, I secretly slip a thin razor blade out from between my layers of clothing. I remember the calm look on Johue's face as she slipped it into my sleeve. I've carried this blade with me all this time just for situations like this, when I'm trapped among the enemy. Since you're willing to take the risk, Commander, I'll give you this blade. The blade is sharp, so be careful not to cut your fingers when you retrieve it. I fear for the blade and take advantage of the fact that there's nobody there to cut the ropes binding me. Soon the ropes fall apart behind me and I work my shoulders to free myself. So I tuck the little razor blade back into my thick sleeve. It nicks my fingertip and coolness oozes from the point of contact. That really is sharp. I ignore the pain in my finger and fish out the microcommunicator in my collar before calling Johe. Hardly any delay before the call goes through. The plan was successful. I'm inside the Varjager's warehouse. So your definition of success is pretending to be defeated and captured so they can throw you into their warehouse while trussed up like a turkey? Hey, it beats mindlessly charging in. This place seems lightly guarded and the rope work is sloppy. Looks like these Varjagers aren't very experienced. Oh, yeah. Your knife was really useful too. As long as you're safe. Have you found Ida for it yet? Yep. Ida's in another corner. I think she's fainted. I'll go wake her up now. Wait for my signal. How are you and Zhengyu? Ready to move on your signal, Commander. Alright. I hang up and quietly approach the corner where Ida is laying. Ida's face is pale as she lies on the cold ground. Her hands are tied behind her and her tired body is curled up into a ball. I bend down and start cutting her bonds and I pat her shoulder before calling her name. Ida! Ida, wake up! After a while of this, Ida weakly opens her eyes. Upon seeing me, she grabs hold of my sleeve. Her eyes go wide and filled with tears. Please help me. It's them. Jiahui, Diane, and Zhengyu hide behind a pile of rocks, keeping a watchful eye on the nearby Varjager encampment. Sounds of merriment and occasional laugh come from within. Seems they're celebrating their recent victory. Zhengyu pouts in annoyance as she crouches by the rock pile, bored out of her mind. I'm so bored. Why hasn't the commander given the signal yet? Be patient. Weren't you about to butt heads with the commander yesterday? Why are you willing to listen to him all of a sudden? That was then. This is now. Jiahui's eyes do not leave the Varjager campsite even as she delivers her flat reply. Oh, I get it now. You've realized how trustworthy the commander is, haven't you? She's not like that. I saw her face shift so fast. Jiahue remains silent, but then a command suddenly comes over the comm channel. Jiahue, go. Acknowledged. We've infiltrated the camp and are poised to initiate an attack. What's the situation over there with the boss? Everything is currently going smoothly. Let's begin as planned. Understood. Xiang Yu, Dan, initiate the attack. It's gonna be tricky. Their formations are a little weird, but I think I can manage to go here and then maybe at least get one more there. At least get 3. And then
じゃあ始めよっか。
this should work. Dang, I can't get him. Wait, what about here? No. No. Okay. And we're just doing this. Yeah, that's fine. Do that. That worked. To sending transmission to Zhouhui, instruct Ida to hide in a corner. Sure, Ida's well hidden and take cover behind a nearby heap of junk. My gun ready in case we're attacked from the outside. Soon gunshots fill the air outside the warehouse. The gunfire draws closer, someone kicks the main door, and a familiar form rushes in. Commander, Ida. We're here. Zhouhui swiftly rushes over to our side, then nods to us. Zheng Yu and Diane are covering us outside. Come with me, there's a side path we can use to leave their encampment. No, we can't leave now. At least not like this. What is the reason for that? I took a commission from Ida. Zhouhui raises an eyebrow. Time is tight, I'll cut to the chase. Just now Ida told me that she recognized those Varjägers. Yes, I did, Miss Zhouhui. I've seen them before. Ida's eyes suddenly fill with anger as she tightens her grip on Zhouhui's arm. Her voice is trembling. Last night when I was brought here, I saw their leader, the Varjäger's leader. He was wearing a necklace. I remember that necklace was a birthday gift from her family. Ferris cherished it dearly and she'd wear it everywhere. That's why I'm certain of it. He was the one who led the Varjägers that attacked me in Ferris. Correct. And so Ida made a request of me. She wants me to wipe out those Varjägers to avenge Ferris. I accepted. And now, Zhouhui, you have a choice. Are you willing to join me in clearing this nest of Varjägers? Of course, it's going to be more dangerous than just escorting Ida out of here. For the first time, there's an almost imperceptible smile on Zhouhui's face. It would be my pleasure. One more. Oh, so it's your old scrap metal causing havoc in my camp. Everyone get in there. Knock this guy's head off for me. Coward. That's coward, dog. Joe, keep a tight watch on them and don't let even one of these scrubs escape. It's been so long since I've heard the term scrubs. Understood. Alright, well, I'm about to just delete this, man. Like, let's see. Is it eliminate all enemies or just target? Okay. Well, if it's eliminate all, we'll figure it out. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Let's see what it says. Eliminate all enemies. Okay. So we go zoom.
今のうちよどうってことないわ
I'm gonna zoom in here.
交代する今のうちよどうってことないわわかった
Okay. Dang, that wipes out almost all of the DP.
わかった
And deleted.
その
Done. Joe and I coordinate with each other and corner the Barriga leader. What should we do now? There are no police stations in the contamination zones. We do it the bounty hunter way. Either you hold your peace forever or you leave no regrets behind. Though when it comes to scum like that, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I spared him. A single gunshot fills the air, and the bulky man wearing a necklace slumps against the wall. Contract closed. Recover the necklace from the man and indicate to Jiahue that we should leave. Jiahue seems a little pleased with herself right now. Let's go. I turn and head out of the encampment. It's time we return this to Ada. 2 days after the Varyagers were eliminated, the Taliag troops' campsite is abuzz with activity. Tonight, Daybreak's oath will be performed in this settlement for the last time. Night has just fallen and the temporary seating is packed with audience members who have come here from nearby settlements. As the show progresses, the sounds of applause or sniffling come from the seats. When the final scene arrives, all eyes are on the girl on the center stage who is illuminated by the spotlights. Sorry, my very best friend. Please forgive me for bidding you farewell. For last night I received word from the goddess of dawn. She told me that when daybreak comes I shall go with the wind, onward to a kingdom on a faraway cloud. On the faraway clouds. But my dear beloved friend, do not be saddened by this parting. For you know that it has always been my wish to become that faint ray of light that illuminates the dark night. As she recites her lines, a twinkle of light blossoms in her hand. She holds up this radiant mote and descends from the stage into the audience seats, until finally she arrives before a man and a woman. And so from now on, so long as you see the sky at dawn, remember that ray of daybreak, and know that I wish you well. Let this necklace be the proof of our pact. No matter where you may be, so long as you need it, it shall become as the daybreak and defend you. And with that, Ada gently lifts her hand and deposits Fair's necklace into the couple's hands. Then, Ada bows deeply to the two of them. I am so sorry. Jiahui and I watch the end of the show from an unobtrusive corner of the audience. As we're seeing Ada finally embrace Fair's parents, even Jiahui's cool expression seems to have softened a little. A good ending, don't you think? It is good that the misunderstanding could be resolved. And it was also good that you were willing to testify about the evil deeds of the Varyagers. Otherwise, Fair's parents would have found the tale hard to believe. So does this mean our misunderstanding has also been resolved? Can you tell me about your reluctance to join us? Joe is silent for a while and then she nods. Before joining Monsoon Squad, I was used to traveling alone and dealing with any dangers encountered by myself. But after becoming part of Monsoon Squad, Daya, Jingyu, and Fei became my friends. We traveled together with the same wishes in our hearts, just like Ida and Ferris. I once thought Monsoon would keep traveling like this forever. While everyone kept talking about finding their commander, they were still limited by that agreement, so I believed that the day when they would do so was still far off. Thus I did not think much about what would happen once the agreement ended, or what I would do. So when I realized that there really was a chance for them to go to the Elmo, I hesitated. If everyone else in the band chose to return to the Elmo, then what about me? Jiahui pauses for a moment. She runs her fingers over her knife and then looks at me. The members of Monsoon often told me about you and your shared past. So before I make my decision, I would like to know, what made you walk this path of self-exile? To my knowledge, you were not compelled to become a wandering bounty hunter. Oh, me? I look up at the sky, too many scenes from the past flash before my eyes. What exactly was it that made me choose my present course? I think of the flames from that explosion and that one-sided farewell. In order to give all of that some sort of meaning, I finally chose to sign the agreement, much as I loathed its terms and the fact that I had done so. As my emotions fly into disarray, I shake my head and my gaze settles onto the nearby stage. Perhaps it was for these people. Ferris, Saida, and the audience members watching the play, just like you. Perhaps I could have chosen a better paying way of life, but if I had, I would always be taking and carrying out orders. By boarding the Elmo, perhaps I could follow my heart and help the people who needed saving. But then again, maybe I just did it for myself. So, I'm sorry. I cannot answer your question because I still haven't accomplished anything yet. Is that what you wanted to hear, Jiahui? Jiahui remains silent, and the night shrouds that poker face of hers. She looks down at the scars on her hand, and there's a vague sense of confusion in her eyes. Once, I simply did as I was told, never questioning the rightness of my actions or the lack thereof. After that, I learned that I could choose for myself. And so, you chose Monsoon. Not just Monsoon. When I joined Monsoon, I also chose the future I wanted. So what kind of future will you choose now? Joey looks up. She stares into my eyes, and the confusion from before is now gone. Commander, I'm not like Diane and the others. I have not experienced the days of fighting by your side in Griffin. That is why I cannot immediately decide to board the Elmo and follow you. But of course, I would like all those who join the Elmo to do so of their own free will. However, this commission has allowed me to get the measure of your character, and since my friends in Monsoon Squad trust you completely, I think I could try to trust you too, Commander. In the past, I chose to travel with Monsoon Squad. Now, I think I can choose a future of traveling with the Elmo. Surely a journey with you should be a pretty good one, am I wrong? And with that, Jiahui watches me quietly. Well, in terms of doing good and stopping evil, it ought to be pretty good. Upon hearing my answer, Jiahui smiles that barely visible smile of her. Then from now on, the tactical doll, Jiahui, shall join the Elmo. Here's to jolly cooperation, Commander. It is late at night, and the bustling crowds have receded. The actors have cleared away their costumes and props and are now taking a break, leaving the campsite silent at last. Just as I'm about to return to my tent, I hear a familiar and gentle voice from behind me. Commander, do you have a moment? Diane? What are you doing here? Is something the matter? I came to return you this. Diane smiles as she approaches me, then she extends a hand to me, revealing the intricate pendant in her palm. Thunderbolt-shaped symbol on the pendant gleams in the night. Ah, that's... My thoughts return to a time several years ago. It was before I was officially reunited with Diane. A certain request had led to the Elmo traveling near the Green Zone. There I received Diane's signal, blue ribbon brought back by Groza after she returned from a mission in Satellite City. Without news, without a message, we were separated by just a purification zone. These were the limitations imposed by the agreement, Also a sign of Diane's care and concern. At Gross's suggestion, I had her pass Diane the pendant. This was the keepsake that you had Miss Grossa give me. I still remember the words she told me that day. Bathed in lightning and rain, waiting silently amidst the storm, the blue-white flash shall one day be seen. That is the origin of the name Elmo, and also the promise you made with me, is it not, Commander? I carried this pendant with me during our time apart. It got me through the countless lonely days when my thoughts were of you and gave me the strength to keep moving forward. Thanks to its existence, I always believed that one day I would be reunited with you, Commander. You're right. The rain and the storm have passed. Welcome back to the Elmo, Diane. I looked toward Diane, but just as I'm about to retrieve the pendant, she suddenly pulls her hand back. She holds it in her palm, looking tenderly upon it, as though she were caressing it with her gaze. Commander, the truth is I have a request to make of you. Though we are now reunited, I've always etched the meaning of this pendant onto my heart. If I might, could I continue to hold on to it? I will always cherish the spirit in which it was given. Still holding the pendant, Diane gazes into my eyes, her face flushing a faint pink. Of course. Shortly afterwards, in the Elmo, several dolls who have traveled from afar are now gathered at the foot of the massive vehicle. The twin-tailed girl tugs on the hand of the blue color of the girl, hopping around excitedly in front of the Elmo. So happy, Big Sis, we've returned to the Elmo again. Yes, I didn't expect we'd be able to come back. Now our dear leader Zhao Hui has returned with us. Yep, Monsoon's back together again. Is this really alright? The agreement... Relax. The commander said that our friend in the Non-Military Forces Administration, namely Miss Kalina, will help us take care of it. We won't have to worry about the paperwork. So let's enjoy a reunion with the commander. Wow, is that the commander coming out? Feeling so nervous all of a sudden. Well, that's unusual. To think the day would come when Monsoon's best drummer is blushing. Joey, you're still making fun of me at a time like this? I was simply trying to add to the mood, and an opportunity presented itself. But I guess it worked pretty well, no? With a wow, Jingyu runs to the Elmo, and Diane follows in resignation. Faye strides into the Elmo too. Xiaohui walks at the back of the group at a leisurely pace. What does the future hold for Monsoon Squad? Xiaohui looks up at the person in the Elmo who's waiting for them. Perhaps he will give her the answer. And we're done! Let's go! We're finished! We're finished! Let's go! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! And that's the event. Completely done. 100% all there. Use up these tickets. I mean, the event ends in like a couple days too, so... Good timing at least. We got everything in all these. Got everything here. Dang. Dang! I got a good score. Well, in my groups anyway. Let's go grab everything here as well. Oh dang, that used up so much. Dang, okay. Did I miss a day or something at some point? Maybe I did. I didn't realize. Yeah, I'm curious. Is there more music available? And keep it on Stern. Let's see. Okay. Have a lot of work to do here. Have to remove you there. There you go. Coffee hunter. Alright. I think we're good. I think I can call it there. Let's see. Who could I potentially raid? Is there anyone on right now? Oh, I can raid Zen. Alright. I'll go ahead and raid. She's playing Labati Corporation, so yeah. Anyway. Thank you all for stopping by. I'm gonna go. I'll be back to streaming regularly again. And things will be better. So yeah. Anyway, good night. See y'all. Peace. Bye.